We'll resume the Stream 7 hearing. We're now day 4. Mr. and Mrs. Menzies. We have your speaking notes, so if you'd like to, if you want to read them, we're welcome to, but we'll be interested to talk to you about it.
Oh, yeah. Hey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would like to read it out. I'd just like to say we're here to enlarge on our written submission for the zone change and to answer any questions that may arise. I'd also like to add that just to follow up on what it appears to be the published desire of both Porirua City Council and the government to have more land available for residential housing. So with that in mind, I'd like to read the following, which you have a copy of. The Mulhern Menzies Porirua farm, totalling approximately 55 hectares, was taken for roading purposes in 1987 under Section 40 of the Public Works Act 1981. When we brought our land back from the Crown in 2017, we were only offered 3.1 hectares of the original farm, which was zoned rural and residential. The small area of residential farm we brought back is not suitable for farming purposes. Rural land. We offered it to a neighbouring farmer to graze, but it's problematic being in a residential area and not fenced adequately. We have recently been advised that Janine Homes have recently bought a large parcel of land joining our land to the south for a proposed large residential subdivision. Most homes backing onto our conservation area do not have fences. They were removed or fell down whilst our land was in Ministry of Works ownership. This makes it difficult for us to safely graze as we're near the railway line. We have had issues with a large encroachment on our land and dogs wandering. Whilst we have spent some $12,000 already on fencing, we will have to spend considerably more to make our land fully stockproof. Our conservation wetlands area of 1.2 hectares, which has a dock covenant on it, is a buffer between the Murray Road homes backing onto it and our rural land to the east. We now have approximately 30 neighbours backing onto a small area of land, which makes it difficult to farm. Currently, we're allowing our neighbours to use one of our paddocks for recreation and dog exercise. Further to our original submission, we are progressing slowly with the subdivision of our residential land, and 4 families have moved into their fabulous new homes, all with different architecture. The new homes greatly enhance Murray Road. We have sold 2 more sections and are developing 4 more sections on our residential land. In conclusion, we ask that the rural zoning of our land be changed to residential. It is in a built-up area near the station and services are ideal for residential. We have set aside 1.2 hectares in a dock conservation reserve for the benefit of Porirua Bay residents and to preserve and enhance the lovely bush and wetlands area. And this also acts as a natural buffer between the road and what's currently rural. We are currently providing top quality homes for new residents in a small subdivision bordering Murray Road, which greatly enhance Porirua Bay. Our land has been in the Mulhern Menzies family for 6 generations, and we would like to help our family with housing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Yes. When I was reading your submission, I went looking in the district plan, and I see that the land you're talking about is not actually rural at the moment. It's rural lifestyle.
Right. Okay.
Which would give you a measure of development rights, although obviously not as much, nearly as much as residential.
Right.
And I wanted to make sure that, first of all, you were aware of that. And
yes, I wasn't quite sure of what it entailed as far as housing goes.
Well, in that case, I'll ask these gentlemen to tell you, because what would you ask assist Mr. McDonnell?
Yeah,
what would rural lifestyle allow on that land?
So generally speaking, the rural lifestyle zone enables subdivision down to 2 hectares as a controlled activity, which controlled activity is a type of resource consent that council must grant but can put conditions on. So that's the kind of baseline for that zone.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would only allow.
Rural areas only. We just, sorry.
Yeah, so in effect, you could put one house on it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Does it have a house on it at the moment?
No, we
No,
intend to put a house on it.
we haven't built. We just had some of the family. We didn't envisage a lot of homes, just one to help the family really.
Yeah, I think the maps that I've attached to the comments,
Yeah.
the yellow portion points out the land we're talking about in question.
Okay, any questions?
Yep. Good morning.
Morning.
Just on the aerial plan that you've got coloured here, you've got the DOC covenanted land.
Yeah.
Can I just check, is that all the land that's basically between the houses and the highlighted area, that it's all of this vegetated area? Is that the extent of the wetland?
Yeah.
Yes, it's behind,
that's
behind the
correct.
homes, all the bush.
Yeah.
And can you point out where the railway line is? I'm
Top right?
top. Yes,
The top right hand side.
Gotcha.
Up here, we just,
Yep.
at the beginning of the walkway.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And what sort of land is it anyway? Like, obviously, it was originally part of your family farm, but how steep is it? How flat is it?
Well, the topography varies currently, which is fairly flat, and it's quite steep. So it does vary, it's not everything on it, a land deep gully and some quite steep.
Yeah. Yeah, the portion bound, the existing houses, there was a photo there that where we've got a container that shows you. You have to go there.
Yeah. Oh, yes. My colleagues just pointed out that the subdivision plan you've got as covenants, which has got contours up.
That's rural. Being built. It's quite a long, beautiful view. And but it's just not suitable for farming.
Any questions, commissioners?
Got one. Mr. and Mrs. Menzies, thank you for coming to talk today. Can you tell me, when in 2017, when you bought the land back, what were your hopes and dreams for it?
Well, the original farmhouse. Land back. We hope do this finance to build a for us to house ourselves family. Which, we'll do that.
Yeah, I think just to give a bit of background, when we bought the land, we had to finance it by selling our house in Plympton and obtain a mortgage. So, and currently we're living in a caravan on the land until we get things developed. So that's where we're at.
Got caught up with the co-location thing, but we're, coming all right, it's getting there.
We had a bit of a rocky road this morning. The wind.
I thought you were going to say literally.
Almost, yeah. Almost. We nearly got blown down to the centre here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Menzies. Your submission was very clear and your speaking notes are helpful to fill out. We'd be interested to talk to you and get some more information about it.
Lovely.
Appreciate you coming to talk to us.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Next submission is the representatives of the Plympton Residents Association.
It's working.
Just now.
Good morning, panel. My name is David Verinder. This is my colleague, John Mewson. We are respectively chair and committee member of the Plympton Residents Association. We wish to speak to the Plympton Residents Association's submission regarding HIV-1 and PC-19. This submission reflects the fact that we extensively promoted an opportunity for our residents to submit on these matters through our many channels of communication. There was a significant response from our community as a result. While our submission raises a number of issues, John and I are here today to emphasise two key concerns we'd like to raise. First one is that it would be injudicious to enable, as of right, via the Porirua District Plan, greater residential intensification of properties that are coastal, flood-prone or geologically unstable in the Plympton and Camborne areas. And two, that care should be taken about applying the 800-metre walkability zone without due regard to topography and other hazards. Our submission today remains consistent with the submission the PRA made on the proposed district plan in 2020. It is determinedly not designed to take a not in my backyard approach, as we have no mandate to argue against intensification where it makes sense, provided there is due regard to ensuring there is adequate infrastructure. Areas in and around Plympton and Camborne have in recent times been on the receiving end of flooding and landslides due to inclement weather events. See our photos 1 and 4 here. Land from high up in Moe Street, Camborne, has slipped into the electricity substation. The street and the stormwater drains in James Street, where severe flooding has occurred several times in recent times, the latest being last year, 2022. The flooding shown in some of these photographs occurred when the water reached the Plympton roundabout from James Street. This linked with the Taupo stream that flooded the Plympton domain, the train park and ride area, and the pedestrian access through the tunnel linking Plympton Domain bus stop to the railway station and Plympton Village. This flood also cut off the routes north and south on State Highway 59 to all traffic for a period of time. The area is showing significant instability and infrastructure hazards. For example, in places such as photo 5 here, Wellington Water's own modelling of a 1 in 100 year event shows us both that Lagden Street and Taupo Crescent, Camborne, are likely to become rivers that will drain towards Grays Road and State Highway 59 if circumstances like Cyclone Gabriel present themselves in future. The Plympton Coastal Zone, which includes South Beach Road, Stain Avenue, Plympton, School Road, Sunset Parade and Moana Road, already experience seawall and infrastructure breaches regularly. Motuhara Road has land instability issues, as shown in this photograph here, the one before, and in Karihana Bay's Airlie and Clooney Roads, there has been repeated flooding. In 2022, a major landslide too. Karihana Park is regularly inundated, and there is a large pump permanently placed on the foreshore to help reduce the risk of flooding homes once again. Property damage on the scale already experienced has meant devastating outcomes to some residents in recent times. Coastal and low-lying properties are vulnerable enough at present to climate change, the resulting sea level rise and increasing wave action from storms and other natural hazards such as tsunami, without putting more in harm's way, as suggested in photo 7. We expect increasing vulnerability to come. In addition to sea level rise, we are also seeing coastal subsidence. The Sea Rise New Zealand website notes that rates of subsidence in the Wellington region are between 2 and 6 millimetres per year, and that this is up to 2 times the rate of global sea level rise. The site also notes that, and I quote, the impacts of local sea level rise will therefore be felt much sooner, and adaptation measures are required today. Regarding the question of walkability, we note that access from some locations in Plympton and Camborne already proved challenging to those who do not have access to their own transport. One example being Blagden Street and Taupo Crescent in Camborne, which have already been subject to land instability in severe weather events. Access points from some locations already proved challenging to existing residents, such as people using pushchairs, carrying groceries or other goods, people with mobility issues. These people are often challenged by the steep topography. Walking downhill to the station might be fine, but returning can prove exhausting for some if it involves a steep hill. 800 metres as the crow flies is not the same in our view if it includes making use of between 100 to 200 steps en route, or if you need to get to the correct road crossing area in order to access the station or shops correctly with safety in mind. We have invited officers previously to do a walk round to demonstrate some of these issues, but the offer was not taken up. That's all I have to say on behalf of this. If you have any questions for me or us, or I will ask my colleague John to sum up.
Well, I think we should hear from Mr. Mewson, and then we'll ask you some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my job is to add a bit of emphasis through hyperbole. So if you excuse the words, they're meant to put a bit of stress on what we're raising today. So congratulations, members of the panel. In the wake of all the recent manifestations of climate change now apparent, each of you now has the social licence to depart from what can be construed at times as the letter of the law. Already the mainstream media is questioning and ridiculing recent planning decisions which have the effect of licensing building of any kind, let alone intensive development, over coastal flood-prone or unstable land. The Environment Court now looks a little silly, for example, for having given an appeal to land in Swanson, which was seriously disappeared underwater recently. The Section 42A reports prepared for you by the technical staff largely predate Cyclone Gabriel, and it shows. They reflect the massive body of custom and practice that's been built up around local authorities' spatial planning processes over the past 30 years. They're dismissive of many submissions, which they often hold to be self-interested. Even the language, such as rejected or partially accepted, is demeaning to those not experts in this arcane field. The requirement of most technical experts for incontrovertible, and the Environment Court, for incontrovertible proof in support of submissions is another manifestation of we know best. Recent experience has shown the law to be contrary to common sense in respect of spatial planning. And if you are advised that your decision making is constrained by the current letter of the law, please ensure that we all know your views on that so that we can help to better promote change in the rules. They're under consideration now, as we know, so it's probably fairly timely. In summary, we hope that you will apply a principle to any relevant risk-related overlays or lines on maps, and that's a principle of, if in doubt, push them out. Thanks very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. I have a question, an initial question that arises from Mr. Verander's comments about, well, what's walkable and what's not. And that's because on Monday we're going to be hearing from Porirua, who are going to suggest that a materially greater area be zoned for high density. And one of the comments in one of the briefs evidence from Porirua says, well, the council hasn't taken into account linkages to the Camborne walkway at the southern end of Manava View Road, and that enables access to the waterfront. Like, I haven't been up there to have a look at the Camborne walkway, so I thought I'd ask, take the opportunity of you gentlemen being here to ask you about it.
About Camborne Walkway?
Yeah.
The by the inlet, where the bush on one side, where the inlet is on the other, is a beautiful walkway used by cyclists, walkers, dog people, etc., linking the bottom area of Grays Road, where the ski club is, to the bridge, Parramatta Bridge. Lovely, beautiful walk. It's not to shops or anything. It leads to, there are turn-offs to the New World shoppings, the Esplanade rather, and also at the Parramatta Bridge. Yeah.
I think he's grappling for what the question is.
Yes.
Because I've never been there, I have no conception of what it is. So your description is exactly what I need, what I was looking for.
It's a beautiful path, recently smoothed over by the council. It used to be a rocky road. It's a less rocky road, but a beaut to walk down. About a 1 mile, 1.5 kilometres from the water jet ski place on Grays Road to where the first boat sheds are and the first turn-off, which would take one into the Mana Esplanade, and a further 600 metres to the Parramatta Bridge along that route.
If I may, just a comment on the Porirua submissions variously. I mean, apart from the fact that they're all templated for the nation, I suspect, they are very, I could almost say belligerent in the sense that they're really wanting to push the envelope on whatever should be able to be built anywhere, really. And that's all fine, but it's, to me, that seems to be beyond their remit rather, and more to the point, there's only 5 million people in this country, and it's the same size as Japan with 120 million people. Quite what the fuss is about, I'm not quite sure. Meanwhile, there's plenty of high land here that's fairly stable, so hopefully there's enough to go around.
And another point that it's not really a question, more an observation, that your concern is about hazard risk, and we understand that. The response that we've had from the section, from the council officers, is not that it's not a problem, but rather they've addressed it in a different way through an overlay on the plan. So although it is zoned for high density, if anyone rocks up and actually wants to build something, they have to satisfy the rules in the coastal hazard chapter that focus, among other things. Well, you saw that you produced the flood map in Camborne, and so that's one of the considerations that the natural hazard chapter requires to be taken into account. So, like, obviously we'll take your concerns into account, but the officers are saying we have this covered. We've got in effect, we've got a mechanism to ensure these things are taken into account.
true, but I've been to a lot of appeal hearings at the Environment Court, so this stuff has to be robust.
Yes, I've been to a few.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Appeal hearings, and I know exactly what you mean. So, any other questions, Commissioner Sinclair?
The photos that you referred to in your presentation, sorry, do we have
They've
hard
been shown.
copies?
Ah,
Have you
I'll make sure
provided
that you
copies
do,
of those
if you
to,
wish, yes.
the staff, and then we can.
Well,
I think they downloaded them, so they should be able to give them to
Good,
you.
okay, thank you.
So we'll
No,
got
that'd be
this.
helpful, thank you.
Could I just comment that this set of stairs is just one? I've got one behind. I live on Moana Road, 240 steps to get up to Motuhara Road. They're all over our particularly Plymoughton, but Cambourne and various parts. They're a serious challenge.
Great to have, but a serious challenge for some,
For some.
not for all.
Yes, yes, I know what you mean. I think that'd be a serious challenge for me.
It's nice to know that you don't have to get a gym membership to get fit
Correct.
in
That's
your-
correct.
in
There
your
is a
area.
saving under those circumstances.
But I do have a question for you, because we heard from council officers and from Mr McIndoe, who was the urban designer who provided advice to them, that when areas were had the high density rezoning applied to them, that they actually ground truthed and tested the walkability catchment they'd overlaid, and they looked for connections and steps and whether that would decrease the catchment. Have you checked out some of those boundaries that are on the district plan to see how, you know, from your perspective, how they actually operate? You know, are they consistent with say have they been modified to, from your, you know, to allow for the fact that the topography isn't flat and there's going to be some variation in the walkability?
John, no, we haven't, but we might now.
The other,
We've heard from people who walk at these, and we've made measurements here and there on the locations that the two locations I've alluded to here. Yeah, that's as far as.
So it's merely that we had been told that in fact these just weren't computer generated boundaries, but
understand.
they had been
Right.
Yeah.
looked at in a bit more detail.
Nobody told us that they had actually done that, given that we invited them to do that with us.
And we hear from residents when we put it out there to have their say on their issues, and both supportive towards housing intensification and otherwise. And these are pointed out today, some of just couple of the issues that have been pointed out to us about the locations. These steps are there, which are great, but they're not for everybody. And if intensification comes into certain areas, there will be a good amount of people enjoying great new housing, but the access points aren't as clear-cut as they seem at first glance, actual walking them.
and the other thing I should say to you, gentlemen, is that another submitter asked us to go and look at his property at Motuhara Road, so we'll be going up there this afternoon.
Good.
And we will take the opportunity to have a look around. Like, I think that we know that the general layout, because we've driven around it multiple times during earlier hearings, but we'll take on board what you've said and just see what we can see.
Okay. Could I recommend you have a especially good look just where the council has roped off the side of the road, Motuhara, near the village, because that's really slipping. We had a really big downpour. That's quite likely to just go. Finally, if I could just exercise a little licence for a second. I'm the founding CEO of an organisation called Workbridge, which is the employment and training organisation for people with disabilities. The whole business of access and people in wheelchairs, just for instance, not to mention blind and the rest, is really, in my assessment of the area, I've lived there for 18 months now, it's a tough area.
Well, thank you very much.
Can I
Jack.
just add
Oh,
something?
yes, go for it.
So, look, I've been listening intently. The concerns that are raised by the Residents Association are matters that we did test with the officers and Mr. McIntyre on Wednesday morning. And I'd invite you to have a look at the live stream video on that, because we were very forensic in our questioning of Mr. McIntyre about the methodology that he applied, how it was moved from a computer model to a ground truth scenario. We looked, and I'd also invite you to look at Urban Design Memo 20.
Say again, please.
It's Urban Design Memo 20.
Okay.
I'm sure the council administration staff can point you in the direction, because that sets out the methodology and the ground truthing. And what we got from Mr. McIntyre was that the lines on the map represent a site-by-site evaluation, and that's the criteria that are set out in the MPSUD. So whether you agree with them or not is another point, but we were very keen to test the robustness of the methodology in terms of where the zone goes and what factors we used to nuance it, whether they were walkability matters or whether they were, as the chair said, coastal overlay factors. So there's not a question there. I just invite you to
Review it.
Yeah, because we've had the benefit of it, and you might not have had time to look at it at this
We've
point.
been able to find it amongst the piles and piles.
But that's the question. I mean, we had difficulty finding Urban Design Memo 20. It's referenced in the Section 32 report.
Section 32 report.
Yeah, which is the 32 report basically is the evaluation of why these rules were developed, and the 32 report draws very heavily on this document. Okay, so a couple of pieces of homework, if you like.
Thank you.
You can read them in the knowledge that we've got large piles of
Homework.
You can have the
Homework.
job, sir, Mr. Chairman.
But thank you very much, Chairman. We remember one of your colleagues rocked up at Stream 1 and had similar issues about infrastructure, drew similar issues about infrastructure to our attention. We haven't gotten the photos he showed us either.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate panel for hearing our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have now the representatives of the telecommunication industry.
So I might just start with some introductions, if that's helpful, so you know who we are.
Yes,
Sure.
that would be a good start.
So I'm Kathleen Haylock. I'm a planning consultant. I work at Insight, and I've been providing advice to Spark and Vodafone, planning advice on Variation 1. And then with me, I've got Graham McCarrison, who's the engagement and planning manager at Spark, and also Grant Wright, who's a radio frequency engineer for Spark. And then I think we should online have Colin Clune, who's the resource management planning advisor at Vodafone.
Maybe or maybe.
Or maybe not.
Got 1 minute.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to proceed in the meantime.
Yes, well, please do.
So if it's helpful for the panel, I'm happy to give a brief overview of the relief we sought and my planning evidence.
Bear in mind that we have read all of the evidence, so I think that we're across the issue, but by all means, highlight anything that you wish to point out specifically to us.
Sure. So, yeah, I guess the relief sought related to 2 points, one of which has been adopted by the 42A officer. The one that hasn't relates to height increases in the INF S3 standard. So we sought those height increases primarily for operational and health and safety reasons, which was outlined in Mr. McCarrison and Mr. Wright's evidence, and they'll be able to answer any questions on that. So the relief sought was that we requested heights be at least 5 metres higher than the surrounded permitted building heights. And then we also requested a clarification to ensure that lightning rods weren't part of the height measurement, which is consistent with the National Environmental Standard for Telecommunications Facilities and many other district plans around the country. So I do note from listening to the live stream of the hearing the other day, there was a question about whether the lightning rods were in scope of the plan change or not. So I'm happy to give my thoughts on that now, if that's helpful.
I think that I think it wasn't necessarily just the lightning rods, it was also the requested height change. And so the question is, what zones would the change in standing effect, change in standard effect, because the variation only relates to urban zones. So are you seeking that it would affect rural zones? Because if you are, I think you have to explain why you think it's in scope.
Yeah, so we didn't request any height increases in terms of the rural zone. So
Yeah, that's right.
I might just...
Well, I think that's an easy answer then.
Yes, so we only requested height increases where the building heights were changing through Variation 1. So it's not all the zones, it's the local centre, mixed use, neighbourhood, centre zone, metropolitan, residential hospital, and then the large format retail zone as well.
So, in your evidence, Ms. Hallop, on page 6, where the special purpose zone, the open space and rec zone, and the rural zones, the bit that you're addressing there is just about the lightning rods?
Yes.
Only, yep.
Yeah.
So does that clarification indicate that we're not dealing with the rural zones then? Okay.
We'd still request that change in regard to the lightning rods, but I think we'd agree with Mr. Smeaton when he noted that that would be a minor correction because it's not going to give rise to any additional effects.
I was sort of semi-expecting you might run an argument that it was a related matter.
Right.
And that the heights in the rural zones might have benefit to the urban zones through increased coverage, but you're not running that argument?
No.
Okay.
How do, for my own benefit, it might be an issue for Mr. Wright. How does the network operate in the sense of, do you need the repeaters in rural zones to be operating in order to service the urban facilities? At this point, I should disclose that I live in Hawke's Bay, and it's a recent issue of some angst when one's mobile coverage goes fut.
Yes. Good morning. Sorry, just could you repeat the?
The question is the way that, and this is bound up with the Commissioner's question. Do you need the masts in the rural zone to be working in order for the masts in the urban zone to operate and service the urban community?
In certain situations, we do, because the backhaul link might go via one of the rural sites from an urban site. Most of our urban sites of any operator will be on fibre optic backhaul. There are occasions where some of them are on microwave link backhaul, so they might go up via a hilltop site.
Okay, that's. But your point is that you agree with Mr. Smeaton. It's a minor change to provide for lightning rods in rural areas, which are generally up some hill, from my observation, for obvious reasons. Is there anything else you want to say in introduction?
No, I don't think there's anything else from me.
I think it was Mr. McCarrison.
Yes, I suppose hopefully the evidence is quite clear about the reasoning for it, but basically this was representing essentially why we're moving away from the 3.5 metres to a 5 metre separation, basically, increase in the height of poles. And it is a reflection that in the last few years we're experiencing greater density, and the intensification rules is taking building height generally above what we can achieve through the NES. And if we're going to be able to build efficient and effective sites, so ones that don't need to be relocated too often, then height's going to give us advantage to get over the bulk of developments and enable longer term perceived and actual compliance with RF. It's the perceived bit is people get a little bit angsty when they see a pole near their properties, basically, and having the extra height. And I included a Christchurch one. In Christchurch, we have generally 20-metre poles down there. And it's had the benefit of now keeping us above the urban forest concept. So as we move into sponge cities, increased planting, we're going to experience trees, a lot more trees within the street environment, of which a 20-metre pole gives us quite a reasonable leeway. Christchurch is, as you know, it's a very leafy, older, treed city, and those poles have worked really well for us to date. But the other advantage is that works well with the residential redevelopment of the city as well, and it's just visually out of the way of people. People don't notice that the antennas are up there.
So the question I had relates to page 6 of your evidence.
Yep.
Which says about 6 lines down, our 4 and 5G networks use a range of spectrums as the following diagram shows.
Sorry.
For the diagram.
Yep. Sorry, I forgot to put that in. That was, and I don't think Grant's got it in this one. But Grant can take you through the range of spectrums that we do. Oh, yeah.
Yes, well, there's a couple of different examples of coverage from different. No, there's mention, sorry, my mistake. There's mention that higher frequencies, the range is a smaller coverage range from a higher frequency.
So that's the punchline. The higher the frequency, the lower the range.
Yes, which is leading to the densification of the need for more sites, basically. As we, basically, the higher the Gs, the closer we'd like to be. Yeah. Although we do have in the rural areas technology to reuse some of our lower frequency spectrum to go a reasonable distance. Everything's in testing at the moment.
Yeah, everything's in testing, everything's changing.
It is. And I have to say, we are in the process of working with MFE and MB and Tiwahanga in two ways, getting a review of the National Environmental Standard, as well as part of the new legislation goes through, then we'll have a national planning framework, of which one of the chapters is an integrated infrastructure chapter, of which the NES will have components put through, and we've proposed changes similar to this, basically 5 metres above building height, much higher sites in rural areas, basically, looking at 40 metres, and a bigger envelope, basically.
So Mr. Wright, I'm looking at the diagram on page 5 of your evidence.
Yes.
And it looks like you're saying, well, the largest dimension is 2.8 metres, and in dimension in height.
Yes.
Where's the business end? What do you need to be clear of obstructions? Is it the top or the bottom or the middle or the whole range?
The middle, definitely, but the whole range, yes. And that antenna on the right, on the page 5 on the right-hand side, the 2.8 metre antenna, that is a 3 and 4G network antenna. The form factor of the equipment for 5G networks is the encircled antenna to the left of that, and that's they're an integrated radio unit with an antenna component in it, and various equipment manufacturers have slightly different form factors, but that's one of ours. That one, so it's a
Hopefully a generator
it's
at
a
the
1 metre.
So,
Facility for a generator to be plugged in at the bottom.
Do you get
Yes.
satellite to satellite coverage for when the phones don't work?
There,
Towers don't connect?
for in
Lights.
Hawke's Bay, we did. All of the operators rolled out some satellite backhaul links to some small cells. The a full blown 4G and 5G base station probably is a bit hungry on power demands for one of the small generators that did get dispatched. We were dispatching microcells, which are possibly 500 metre coverage radius for little hotspots with a satellite backhaul and a generator, Hawke's Bay, yeah.
yeah.
So that the 5G is, what is it?
It's about a metre.
Just a metre.
Yeah.
Just under a metre.
It's worth saying that 5G, the technology is going to migrate back down through the frequency bands. So a lower frequency is generally a tall antenna, a larger antenna. It's just to do with the length of the internal components inside the antenna, and so 5G will arrive to us on these lower frequencies, and those they'll be larger than that 930 millimetre unit that I've encircled there.
Gotcha. And for you, anyone got any?
Related one, whoever wants to answer it. In terms of the existing provisions that, in terms of, sorry, I'll rephrase it. You're going for 5 metres above the height limit.
Yes.
In terms of what is it for the current? Is that same principle, but with a different number applied to the existing plan provisions?
I think it's
Say-
it's 3 metres for one service and 5 for multiple.
Yes.
Right, so
Yep.
is it 3.5?
3.5.
Changed?
In variation 1, 3.5 was proposed.
Right, okay. And in prior to variation 1 in the
It's
PGP,
3-5.
is it
Yeah.
Yes. You said in variation 1 is it 3?
3.5 for one provider and 5 metres for more than one provider in variation 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what is it in the proposed plan before the variation came out? I'm trying to understand what's the existing.
I'm not
Before
sure
us-
off the top of my head, sorry. I think there was a specified measurement in metres rather than it being above the permitted buildings.
Right.
Total point.
Okay.
And a lot of the time would be relying on the National Environmental Standard, which is 3.5 metres above the
Right, okay.
pole height.
Okay.
So you said it's 3.5?
3.5, yes.
Any yes, it's 3.5.
Yep.
And in terms of the relief you're seeking, which is 5 metres above,
Yes.
does that mean if the rationale, does that mean that you're not seeking to provide for multiple operators?
If we talk about road poles first, then it's less likely to have multiple providers on a single road pole. Outside of a road, then we'd be looking to put a head frame on it to have the multiple operators on a smaller head frame scattered around it. So we don't think this rule really is going to actually stop that, because as an industry, we tend to look at the advantage for co-location and
How things have changed.
yeah, exactly. It's there's an economic advantage. Plus, also, it's probably worthwhile mentioning the fact that the 3 mobile companies have sold off their pole networks, passive networks, recently. 2 Degrees is in the process of getting Commerce and Overseas Commission approval for that, which is likely to happen this month. So the company that Spark set up and the major shareholding is the Ontario Teachers Investment Fund. Yep. Infrastructure all over the world invested by them. Shows the benefit of retirement funds, basically. But so they will be basically building poles in the cabinet. So the 2 passive things, we will continue, likes of grant design antennas, give them guidance about where we need the location of poles and so forth. And those poles, from their point of view, there's advantage to get 2 or 3 operators on a single pole. So I think we're going to see, again, a further shift toward multiple poles, but it's pretty common these days.
In the areas of high density intensification and that sort of thing, will it be poles or buildings?
Buildings,
or
I
something
hope.
else?
Buildings, I hope, but maybe, yeah. We'll have to watch where the technology sort of heads. Obviously, there's some advantage with satellite technology at some point. No one really knows. It is fast moving, but at the moment, poles and building mounted. And that comes down to, for residential development owners, we need to encourage them to start designing to have antennas on buildings, and that includes kaungaora, basically. So most of those developments will have fibre, not always. Some have picked to go wireless only, but we need at least both, because people need to obviously have connectivity outside their buildings. So.
And so how high a pole is practicable, like in an urban area?
We've got many urban sites in the 18 to sort of 25 metre range. Yep. And that would go for all the operators, I think.
Yeah. It's part of this is providing my colleagues the opportunity to design what is best for that location. And so sometimes height is really useful, sometimes just enough is, again, a practical practical outcome. But where you are constrained, then that's generally what we will try to build if there's RF compliance with the regulations. So.
That it for the technical side? I was about to move to the planning issues.
You can correct me if I've got it wrong then. The changes to the NES, has that got a time frame program desirability from Spark, Vodafone, or the operators' perspective?
Now would be good.
Now, yeah.
So
Immediately, if not
Sorry,
sooner.
yeah, so we've had a workshop around it. It's sitting with the ministry, basically. There's clearly capacity issues around with the new legislation and so forth. So it is two-pronged. We are hopeful something in the next 12 months, but there's no guarantees at the moment.
When was the current NES gazetted?
2017 it
Yeah,
came
that's what I
into
thought.
effect. It was due for review, and MB and MFE basically took the practical decision not to review it after the 5 years because of the new legislation.
Okay.
Which is a fair decision to be. But now with this legislation, they've realised that it would have been good to have had the changes we asked for to the select committee a while ago. So,
When you say it's sitting with the ministry, which ministry?
Ministry for the Environment with Ministry for Business Innovation.
Yes, capacity issues would be something out of another
Yes.
statement, I suspect.
I might have an answer by Friday next week, but yeah, I just don't know.
Just don't know.
Yep.
So moving to the planning issues, Ms Haycock, you said, well, in your opinion, there's no material difference in effect from a telecommunication facility with one or two or more providers. The contrary proposition would be there's a difference in the positive effects, different in benefits, which arguably skews the overall balance of positive and negative effects.
I mean, I think from my perspective, in terms of applying for a resource consent, I would still be using that co-location standard and the height that that sets as a permitted baseline. So I think that would still, apply. And in terms of co-location, I think, what Mr. McCarrison was saying before and Mr. Wright, there's kind of practical and operational reasons as to why that's not always achievable. So, I guess it's only driven in part by the standard.
Well, I think my answer, if I was sitting on a consent application, is that I would throw out your permitted baseline argument for precisely the reason I've said, that it's co-location has a different pattern of positive and negative benefits to single location. So, the question would be, do you consider that the additional, developments that have occurred mean that 5 metres is appropriate for a single operator in terms of, as say, the balance of advantage and disadvantage?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure I understood that question.
I think this is your opportunity to say yes.
Yes.
The question was, putting aside the permitted baseline argument,
Right.
does the balance of adverse and positive effects justify a 5 metre height rule over and above the adjacent zone?
So, yes, and I would note that there's still other standards in the plan that relate to size of antenna as well, so there's still some controls on visual and amenity effects in that regard. So I think, yes, there's still, the additional height is still justified in terms of effects, and there's those other controls.
Any other questions, Commissioners?
In the standards where you've added in the piece, this standard does not apply to lightning rods. Did you consider whether that should be better placed in the definitions in relation to the definition of height, for instance?
Do you want to answer?
Yeah.
It's definitely one option, and we've used that option in a number of plans previously. It's a drafting style for the council principally. So yeah, we'd be open to that.
From a planning perspective, I want to know whether regarding whether would we be using the definition as a rule, or are we using or is it actually a rule? So rather than, as Mr. Garrison said, about a drafting style, just whether, from a planning perspective, in terms of plan drafting, which is the correct place it should be placed in.
Right, I've seen it in both places in district plans, and I think my suggestion to put it within the standard might have come back to the fact that the standard is in scope of variation 1, whereas I'm not sure if those relevant definitions would have been.
Would the definitions in relation to that be a related part to the changes from the variation in PC 19?
I guess they're related to the standard, but I'm not entirely sure. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
A question I should have asked Mr. Smeaton, but I'll ask you instead. Where it says this standard does not apply to lightning rods, where does the default go? If this standard doesn't apply, what does? That's the should it be reframed saying say lightning rods are not subject to a control on height, rather than this standard does not apply, because that then says that some other standard might apply. And I'm wondering if there is another standard that might constrain lightning rods.
I mean, I would be open to different wording.
Do you want to have a look at the definition? Can you look at it on screen? Or can we bring the definition of lightning height wherever lightning rods might sit?
Maybe I'd go faster and just ask Mr. Smeaton.
Yeah.
What's your view, Mr. Smeaton? Like, if this standard doesn't apply, is there another standard that would arguably apply to constrain the height of lightning rods?
Having not looked in depth at it, so just an initial reaction, I can't recall any other standards that would.
So we're in the risk.
Like, would it like sort of would it be, rather than combing something for the plan for something that may not exist anyway, would it be easier just to say there is no height limit for lightning rods, rather than the standard does not apply?
Before you answer, I'm assuming that this applies to not just telecommunication poles, but to anything else, radio, whatever, electricity things that have lightning rods on top of them for protection purposes.
Yes, I guess my pause is sort of me thinking through the fact that this particular standard does relate to a range of structures, infrastructure structures, and not just telecommunication poles. So the exclusion of lightning rods would also include those other structures. I think the intention of it was to exclude any additional height required by lightning rods on top of the structure. So not any other sort of standalone lightning rods.
Should it, therefore, to lightning rods extending? Should it go on and say this standard does not apply to lightning rods extending, and the length of an antenna?
it could do. I'd be happy to include this matter in my questions from the panel for a response.
Okay, we'll leave that for you to ponder.
Can we ask Mr. Wright, though?
Yes.
What's the standard diameter, I'm guessing, and height of, or is there a standard, what's usual, of a lightning rod that goes on the types of structures that you look at?
Sure. On cellular network poles, the ones that I've seen are about a 10 millimetre diameter stainless steel rod, and they will project high enough up above each antenna or centrally above all of the antennas to create a 45-degree cone of protection.
Right.
That's kind of how the dimensioning of them work. Yeah.
I can see that there'd be a really technical way of trying to figure that all out, but if we're talking, we're planners.
Commonly, I think though, in the region of 500 millimetres, half a metre to a metre, So and being marginally broader than these microphone stems,
yes,
in a recessive grey colour, stainless steel or galvanised, they're.
And there's no advantage in making them any longer?
No, they will be proportionate to do their job.
Purpose, right.
There's just additional cost in making them longer. So we'll leave it. We've thrown the curveball to Mr. Smeaton to address in his reply that around how exactly that might be worded. We understand the concept. You understand, like, I'm concerned that it may not actually achieve what you're setting out to achieve the way it's currently worded. Any other questions, team? Well, thank you very much to the representatives of the telecommunication industry, and appreciate your time. And we're due to hear Waka Kotahi at 11. We'll adjourn until 11 or when they arrive, whichever is sooner. The hearing, thank you. We have the representatives of Waka Kotahi, both in present and online. Throw it in the middle of the room. Who wants to start?
I'll introduce everyone if that's okay. My camera is not working though. It says the host has stopped it. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Here we are. Good morning, Commissioners. Attending Hearing 7 today on behalf of Waka Kotahi, we have Ms. Hepplethwaite and Mr. Charles, who are here to answer any questions the panel may have in relation to Ms. Hepplethwaite's tabled evidence on noise-related matters. We also have myself, Ms. Kirkbride, Mr. Blackmore and Mr. Kesha Boyner, who are here to present their evidence in relation to the Northern Grove Development Area. Both Mr. Blackmore and Mr. Kesha Boyner are presenting in person. Prior to us proceeding, does the panel have any preference as to whether you'd like the matters on noise or the Northern Grove Development Area to go first?
We're in your hands. You can arrange it how you like. I think we've got an hour set aside. We've actually cribbed some time, so we're starting a little early. So, as I say, we're happy for you to go in whichever order you want, and we'll go from there.
No worries. In that case, I'll hand it over to Ms. Hepplethwaite and we'll go with noise first.
Ata Māori panel. Thank you, Claudia. My name is Kath Hepplethwaite. I am a planning consultant. I'm based in Auckland and I have been assisting Waka Kotahi for a range of matters in the Auckland and wider regions and around the country on noise and vibration. For this particular hearing, Hearing 7, I have provided some evidence which relies on my previous statement for Hearing 4, which addresses noise and vibration. And my evidence has been prepared in conjunction with both my earlier statement on Hearing 4 and also Dr. Charles's statement on Hearing 4 as well. My Hearing 4 evidence is relatively broad in scope. It covers a wide range of things, but my Hearing 7 evidence for today really just covers off 4 points. It covers a matter in relation to Rule 4, where I oppose a 50-metre exemption of buildings from noise and vibration controls. That covers, Rule 4 and Standard 5. My evidence proposes some technical amendments to S6, which talks about ventilation, where that is required to achieve acoustic standards. It supports a vibration rule, a new vibration provision, which is detailed in my Hearing 4 evidence, and also a new provision on outdoor living relative to noise. Again, more detail of that on my Hearing 4 evidence. It's a fairly short statement, so beyond that, I perhaps will hand over to Dr. Childs, unless the panel has questions now, or if they prefer to ask them on conclusion of Dr. Childs.
I do have an issue. I understand if Dr. Charles is here to answer any questions, but of course you haven't circulated a new brief from Dr. Charles. If you had, Kaingora, who have a further submission, would have had the opportunity to rebut the issue. So I want to proceed quite cautiously about what additional comment we ask Dr. Charles to provide. Like my understanding, Ms. Kirkbride, is that what you're presenting is the logical extension of what you told us in Stream 4 to the urban zones as reconfigured. Like it's the same relief, but it's about in relation to the urban zones as varied. Is that correct?
I guess that's correct. And Stephen Charles' evidence essentially remains the same, hence why he didn't lodge any further evidence.
Well, I think that I should ask the panel if they have any question. With due respect to Dr. Charles, I don't want to invite him to expand on his evidence because that's going to, in effect, go on to the planning record. If my colleagues have questions of him, that's a different matter. Not that I'm not interested in what you might have to say, Dr. Charles, but I've got to worry about the natural justice implications for other parties.
Absolutely. I didn't intend to expand, and I didn't intend to make any statement to you. Ms. Applethwaite sort of led into it, but I was only here to answer questions, so there's no problem from that side.
Yes, and my apologies, sir, if I overstated Dr. Charles's role. In my paragraph 3, I've pointed out that I have relied on Dr. Charles' hearing for evidence, so I'm sure he will contain himself to matters discussed in that.
Thank you. As I that for myself, I didn't have any questions. Like I have a clear recollection of the arguments that were battered backwards and forwards in Stream 4, and this just seemed to be the logical extension of them to cater for the variation. Commissioner Sinclair, did you have any questions? Anybody?
No, I wasn't involved in Stream 4, and I don't have any questions on the Northern Growth area.
Nothing from me.
Okay, well that's going to be quick. I think we're good. Thank you. We understand where you're coming from, and as I say, that's the noise.
We can hear you again. Sorry, the noise just.
So I think we're up to the next topic, Ms. Kirkbride.
Oh, in that case, I will hand it over to Mr. Blackmore, who will discuss his evidence, and following that, Mr. Keshaboinia will discuss his.
Morena Commissioners. I guess before I start, I just wanted to check that you'd received the supplementary evidence.
Thank you.
And I wasn't sure if you had a chance to read that evidence and digest that supplementary evidence.
I have, but I'm not sure if my colleagues have. I think the answer to that is no, so you better take us through it.
Cool. Okay, great. Can I then also ask another question just around whether we can collectively read our evidence? It should only take us 10 minutes and then hold questions until after the collective evidence, or would you like to?
No, that's fine.
Cool. Okay.
And similarly, if we have questions, you can decide among yourselves who's best placed to answer it.
Thank you. So I'll go first. That'll be followed by Mr. Keshaboinia and then Ms. Kirkbride.
But you can certainly take your own background as read.
Cool, great, thank you. Thank you very much. So moving to paragraph 1.2 then, my supplementary evidence is in support of Waka Kotei's evidence bundle as submitted on the 24th of February. In particular, it takes into account the Porirua City the various Porirua City Council and Waka Kotei discussions regarding the need for an integrated transport strategy and Mr. Smelton's supplementary planning evidence. To briefly recap, Waka Kotei sought that the Northern Growth Area chapter be amended to include an overarching integrated transport strategy. The need for such a strategy was because of the following: a need for integrated transport planning and emission reduction policy directions, as set out in the relevant central, regional and local government transport and climate change policies, as well as the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. And we wanted that to be taken into account, or those provisions to be taken into account prior to detailed design commencing on each subdivision stage of the growth area. In addition, for State Highway 59, an integrated transport strategy would also aid in the future planning and funding of this important state highway. At the time of Waka Kotei's submission and lodgement of its supporting evidence, Waka Kotei had proposed that the outcomes it seeks, as set out above, and in particular for 1.3b, might be practically achieved through either amending the objectives and policies or through the Northern Growth area chapter or through deferral. Since lodging its evidence, Waka Kotahi has continued to focus its efforts on how the integrated transport outcomes it seeks for the Northern Growth Area chapter could be practically implemented. This has included meeting with Porirua City Council, including the meeting held on the 3rd of March, as referred to in Mr Smelton's supplementary evidence, to discuss the planning mechanism options for how Waka Kotahi's integrated transport planning requests might be given effect to. In my statement of evidence, I refer to several strategic planning activities that had either only been recently completed or not yet completed, or in some cases had yet to even commence. I further noted that the challenge for Variation 1 was it had been publicly notified before these strategic planning activities had largely been completed. This challenge was particularly relevant for State Highway 59 function and form, as Waka Kotahi has only recently decided to revoke the former State Highway 1 following the opening of Transmission Gully.
Just checking, was there, you missed the not in that? Which is it? Your text says had recently decided not to revoke. What you just said was recently decided to revoke.
Oh, sorry, to not revoke, sorry. Yep. Apologies for that. I'll underline that for future reference. Both my evidence and Mr Smelton, so back at paragraph 2.2 now, both my evidence and Mr Smelton's supplementary evidence references the pending strategic planning work for State Highway 59. To this end, I note that Mr Kishibona will be able to confirm that Waka Kotahi is committed to developing the State Highway 59 transport strategy in conjunction with the other relevant transport agencies. Moving to 3.1, I can confirm that I've read Mr Smelton's supplementary evidence in response...
By the way, it's Mr Smeaton.
Smeaton, apologies.
Oh, well.
Mr Smeaton. Supplementary evidence in response to Waka Kotahi's evidence bundle. Whilst I do not comment on Mr Smeaton's concerns about the planning mechanism options proposed by Ms Kirkbride, I would like to acknowledge that I agree with Mr Smeaton in this regard, that many of the wider transport concerns underpinning Waka Kotahi's request for inclusion of an integrated transport strategy are likely to be satisfactorily addressed through the existing provisions of the transport and infrastructure chapters, and that the proposed new clause P2.4F that requires any future connection to State Highway 59 to be premised on adoption of a State Highway 59 transport strategy will also help to address Waka Kotahi's request for an integrated transport planning strategy. However, in respect to subparagraph 3 above, in regard to policy 2.4F, and as set out in Ms Kirkbride's supplementary evidence, Waka Kotahi believes that insertion of a technical note that advises on which transport agencies will be involved with development of the State Highway 59 transport strategy will provide important clarity. This is because preparation of such a strategy, which will cover more than just potential improvements to State Highway 59, such as funding, and will involve, at a minimum, Porirua City Council, Greater Wellington Regional Council, Kiwi Rail, Kainga Ora, and possibly Ngāti Toa. Such a technical advice note would also signal that our State Highway 59 strategy will be considering wider transport matters, that is not just State Highway only related matters. For example, it may cover matters related to one of Mr Kelly's ITA report recommendations regarding the need to liaise with Greater Wellington Regional Council on the viability and operation of a bus feeder service between the development areas and existing rail stations. In conclusion, I support amending the Northern Growth Development Area chapter to include provision for a State Highway 59 transport strategy as set out in Mr Smeaton's supplementary evidence, subject to inclusion of a technical advice note identifying who will be involved in development of the strategy. That concludes my evidence. I will now move to Mr Kishibona and then on to Ms Kirkbride.
Kia ora. Kia ora. My name is Akhilesh Babu Kishibona. I'm the Regional Manager System Design for Wellington Region and Top of the South at Waka Kotahi, and I'm presenting evidence on behalf of the organisation. The purpose of my supplementary evidence is to confirm that Waka Kotahi is committed to developing a transport strategy for State Highway 59. I would also like to confirm that Waka Kotahi supports amending the Northern Growth Development Area chapter to include provisions for State Highway 59 transport strategy as set out in Mr. Smeaton's supplementary evidence, subject to inclusion of technical advice note identifying who will be involved in its development. I can confirm that Waka Kotahi expects to commence scoping of the State Highway 59 transport strategy in 2023. It will commence work on the details of the strategy as soon as there is a collective agreement on the scope between relevant transport agencies. For example, Waka Kotahi believes development of the transport strategy will be a collaborative effort between the following agencies like Waka Kotahi, Porirua City Council, Kiwi Rail, Kangiora, and Greater Wellington Regional Council. I note that other stakeholders such as Ngāti Toa may be identified as needing to be involved in the development of State Highway 59 transport strategy once its scoping phase commences. For avoidance of doubt, I expect the State Highway 59 strategy will cover all of State Highway 59 from north to south, and therefore not just the northern growth area. I also expect it to build on the strategic transport planning work already completed by relevant transport agencies. For example, Porirua Network Operating Framework, Porirua Access Business Case, and Kangiora Specified Development Project for the Northern Growth Area. In conclusion, I can confirm that Waka Kotahi supports amending the Northern Growth Development Area chapter to include provisions for State Highway 59 strategy as set out in Mr. Smeaton's supplementary evidence, subject to inclusion of a technical advice note identifying who will be involved in its development. Thank you. I'll pass it on to Mr. Kirkbrasser.
Well, thank you. As stated previously, my name is Ms. Kirkbride, and if it's okay with you, Commissioners, I'll take my original evidence dated on the 24th of February as being read and summarise some key points for my supplementary evidence, if that's okay.
Please do.
Cool. So within my supplementary evidence, I provide a response to Mr. Smeaton's supplementary evidence under Section 2. Under this section, it is noted that I agree with Mr. Smeaton that a deferred zone would not be consistent with the requirements of Part 8, the Zone Framework Standard of the National Planning Standards. Therefore, it wouldn't be appropriate to rezone the Northern Growth Development Area as deferred. In addition, I agree with Mr. Smeaton that there may be issues with including provisions under the proposed district plan that restrict development prior to the establishment of a transport strategy. There are issues with this approach, and a rule would be unclear and therefore result in uncertainty for developers in terms of when or how development can occur. What is clear, however, is that the effects on the state highway network have not and cannot be appropriately assessed due to the uncertainty regarding the future form and function of State Highway 59. This is also outlined within the conclusions of Mr. Kelly's ITA, which states that the assessments of effects in the State Highway corridor are complicated by uncertainty regarding the future form of State Highway 59. Section 3 of my supplementary evidence outlines my response to Mr. Smeaton's recommended amendments under Appendix A of his supplementary evidence. As noted by Mr. Smeaton, I had discussed the proposed amendment to Policy 2 under the Northern Growth Development Area chapter with Mr. Smeaton prior to lodgement of his supplementary evidence and reviewed the proposed amendment outlined in Appendix A. In addition, I have reviewed the supplementary evidence provided by Mr. Blackmore. For reasons outlined under paragraph 3.2 and 3.3 of Mr. Blackmore's supplementary evidence, I make a proposed amendment to Policy 2 under the Northern Growth Development Area chapter. It is in my opinion that reference to the integrated transport strategy is more appropriate as an advice note, given that it sits outside the district plan provisions. And those are the key notes from my supplementary evidence, and I'll hand it back over to you, Commissioners.
Thank you. First of all, by way of clarification, can one of you tell me, is State Highway 59 still a limited access highway?
Correct.
So my...
Sorry, and further, all of it?
Yes.
So it starts at the transmission gully?
Yeah,
turnoff,
roughly, just to
then,
the north of Pycock, yep.
So, and it goes just to the north of Pycock, and at the south it's
is the merge.
The merge, yep.
And my understanding of the Land Transport Act as it relates to limited access highway is that Waka Kotahi in effect has a very broad discretion as to what access it allows onto limited access highways and on what terms and conditions it allows that access.
Correct, Commissioner. The process itself, gives us ultimately, the yes or no access decision sits with Waka Kotahi. And the decision-making process often depend on the function and form of the road and the proposed development, wanting to access the road. In some cases, if there's a small development, it's pretty straightforward. If it's 2 or 3 cars, then we can safely provide access. But in the case of a large development such as the Porirua Northern Growth Development, we have to we require quite detailed consideration in terms of the impacts. It ranges from considerations, hey, do we need a roundabout or a traffic signal? What does it mean in terms of consents property, to looking at what are the impacts across a wider corridor? We take a systems view and a corridor view. So there are a lot of considerations that we need to look into in terms of how an access for a large development like that could be provided. So, yeah. So that's why that's why requiring a strategy in place in the first instance, especially to bring all relevant parties together early on to agree on a plan, well before any formal limited access approval is required.
I'm not suggesting that this is improper or anything, but is your current position that the strategy you're talking about is an essential element in making a positive decision on the limited access application that will, in the fullness of time, be made to the Waka Kotahi?
Absolutely. The strategy process sort of allows us to have a collaborative discussions with all parties. That's a better way of doing it, as opposed to just jumping into the limited access road provisions for Waka Kotahi.
And I'm inferring that the reason why you've shifted this to an advice note rather than a precondition is that the purpose of this advice note in your mind, your collective minds, is really to put it out there in the consciousness, in particular, of the developers, that this is an essential element, rather than to elevate it to a planning constraint, because you've got the separate powers under the Land Transport Board Act.
Correct.
Let's write that down. And the last question I have from Ms. Kirkbride: should the note be, in the past, has been developed, given that it hasn't been developed at the moment, at the point we write it, it hasn't been developed, should it just say, will be informed through a transport strategy developed with key stakeholders?
Yes, correct. That would also provide plan user clarity also.
Commissioner Sinclair, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Mr. Kishwana, in your evidence at 3.8, you tell us when you might commence scoping the strategy. I'm possibly more interested in when you're going to finish it by, rather than when you're going to start, to give an indication of when development might then be able to
In terms of, it all depends on the scope, Commissioner, in terms of, depending on what comes out of strategy, there are few other things, in terms of, hey, if the strategy says we need to do X, X, and Y, in terms of improvements, then it will take longer. But, typically the strategies would take up around a year or less. What also I would like to say is we have already started discussions with Porirua City Council in terms of developing the strategy, and discussions underway in terms of scoping that stuff. So although I said 2023, it doesn't mean it will be December 2023. So it will be a lot sooner than later. Yeah.
And then I asked Mr. Kelly, given that all of the traffic that's on Transmission Gully used to be on this road, why do we suddenly need a strategy for it when clearly the road can take a lot more traffic anyway?
Can pass it on. So
yeah, so that's correct. So traffic has, as obviously predicted, moved on to Transmission Gully. Having said all that, State Highway 59 through the Taupo section, which is the Porirua North Growth section of the highway, still remains reasonably high at 7,000 odd. Heavy vehicles still make up a high proportion of that percentage. Speed stays the same, if not slightly higher because of reduction in traffic, and accidents have come down as well, but there are still accidents on State Highway 59. So even though that's improved remarkably, it hasn't resolved all accidents. So, but perhaps the biggest question that we do face around the strategy is growth. So it's the Porirua Northern Growth Area. It's what might happen in Porirua Bay North, and even north of Transmission Gully that might continue, and what might happen south. So the strategy will take into account all of that sort of growth, as well as those existing issues that we do have along there. And to make sure any sort of future connection of the scale that's being proposed is safe, we need to have a strategy in place. And as Mr. Keshabona said, that strategy will enable us to have all those right conversations, including those conversations with the regional council around public transport and all those sorts of things, so we can get a good understanding of the wider effects before allowing what would be quite a significant access onto 59.
And once the strategy is finished, someone makes an application because it'll still be limited access unless you're going to take it off, for instance. How long does it take to get that approval from?
Yeah, so much of it will depend on the actual proposal itself. So a roundabout on, say, Highway 59 would be, I would believe, or even a large intersection would be a significant project for Waka Kotahi and others. So there would be a design process would follow. There would be a business case design process. There might involve property acquisition, might involve consents and designations. So there is a process to follow there. And then there's a funding process to be agreed amongst everyone as well.
So my next question is to Ms. Kirkbride.
Before you go there, I've thought of something else. While you're talking about the strategy, is the strategy focused on the interface with the state highway, or is it also an internal, or focusing on the internal traffic movements within the development?
It's a normally, Commissioner, when we initiate a strategy, we take a systems view. We need to look at the entire systems in terms of how people are moving within the, how people are traveling from the development onto the State Highway 59 or where they want to go, because we take a multimodal approach. So having a good understanding of how people travel and where they travel is really, really important.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner, where you go?
From a planning perspective, what an advisory note, how does that sit within the plan-making provisions in terms of its usefulness or whatever?
Sorry, cut out there. Could you please repeat that? Apologies.
In terms of the proposed advisory note, from a plan writing perspective, what's the advantage to having that there? It's not a rule. It's not advisory note. It's not a statutory part of the plan. The Waka Kotahi already hold the regulatory oversight for whether anybody gets access to the road or not. Why should we put it in?
I consider that the advisory note, noting that yes, the transport strategy sits outside a district plan, it will provide clarity to developers who are looking at lodging an application, especially with Waka Kotahi in relation to access to the state highway. It's providing them with clarity that our decision will be informed by this transport strategy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams? No question. Commissioners?
Presumably, this is you, Mr. Blackmore, we're not sort of dancing around the head of a needle here in the sense that if there was any fatal flaw to the development of the zone, now would be the time to hear that from Waka Kotahi in terms of the relief that they're seeking.
No, there's no fatal flaw, but what I would add is that we probably don't know enough, hence our request for a transport strategy about the development. And one of the sort of questions I have bubbling away in my mind is if there is to be increased bus services between the development and the train station, would that defer the need for a connection onto 59?
Yes.
We simply just don't know that at this point in time.
But you would agree, though, if there was a fundamental impediment to accessing the development of what's really the only possible access point, now would be the time to make that known.
Yes, that's correct, and hence, because we don't know, the strategy will help us make that decision sometime in the future.
I'm just contrasting that with the position, well, not the position, but situations with other growth areas or suggested growth areas such as Silverwood, where we've heard evidence access. There's an access solution in terms of access to the new network. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No, yes, I'm not, so I can't. Yeah, sorry, I can't comment on that.
Okay, but you take my wider point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Murray? I think that's it from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Team.
Cheers.
Well, thank you, Commissioners.
I appreciate your time, the attendance of all, including those arriving virtually.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn the hearing. At the moment, we're restarting at 1:30, but we might ask our able and dedicated admin team if we can start a little early. So it's a resumption of the Stream 7 hearing. Mr. Gadd, thank you for obliging us by arriving early. We appreciate that, since we had a submission submitted for lunch who took rather less time than we had planned. And so you have the floor. What would you like to tell us? It will be if you press the button there and it goes green. Yes.
Might want to just bring it a little bit closer, Mr. Gadd.
Yep. All good.
Yeah, I'm not going to. That's oral submission. Responses. I presume I don't need to reiterate what was.
No, that's all good.
Yeah, it looked to me as if the light was green, but obviously it wasn't illuminated. Just to note, I don't have a copy of the report with me, so in the I don't expect to have to refer to it directly, but it wasn't practical for me to print it, sadly. I don't intend to cover everything in my original submissions, and if the chair permits, I might seek clarification from him on, probably one definition during my my oral submission. The 2022 variation resolves various issues that I noted were present in the 2020 variation, particularly around landscaping and outlook spaces. And I note that the 2022 variation closely reflects the new RMA Schedule A. So starting on the first heading within the report, so I'm looking at MRZ, I'll call it PREC 02-01 and MRZ PERC 0202, Planning Urban Built Environment of the MRZ Residential Intensification Precinct and Residential Intensification Precinct Interface. Page 155, paragraph 778 of the report, the Parramatta Residents Association and my submission about considering well-being of all people are noted. However, page 155, paragraph 783, the planner, Mr. Michael Rachin, rejects my submission on the grounds that MRZ PREC 02-01 already covers general well-being within the precinct. I have made some other points here which I may come back to, but I won't include them right now. I submit that the panel should consider whether MRZ PREC 02-01 and 02, as they stand, create a band of uncertainty at the boundary of the intensification precinct, in that it creates a conflict of interest between those within and without the precinct, and leading to uncertainty about what is actually permitted at that boundary. And I question whether it might be better to delete MRZ PREC -02 and include consideration of adjacent properties in point 3 of PREC 02-01. And as I noted, note elsewhere, or I intend to note elsewhere in the submission, I submit that graduated building height change is generally and often preferable to abrupt height change. Say, for example, in an extreme case where a downhill single-storey dwelling is next to an uphill adjacent 6-storey dwelling, and this is regardless of the direction of the aspect of the slope. I can speak from my personal situation that if somebody were to build an 18-storey building next to my place, literally the peak of my roof would be below the ground level of that building. So it's just.
Do you mean an 18 metre?
18 metres, sorry, my apology.
Yes.
Yeah, 6-storey, it could potentially be 6-storey and 18 metre, yes. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Next point, MRZ R10 home business. I thank Michael Rachelin for including the definition of site from S168 of the PDP. I understand that this definition dictates that dwellings in a particular cross-lease or unit title count as being on a single site. And pardon me, I just need to clear my throat. Sorry. Yes, I was wondering if the chair could clarify. Is my understanding in this aspect regarding that section broadly correct, that all units on, even though they might be separate rateable items on a site or on a cross-lease site, are indeed considered, and for the purpose of MRZ R10, as being on a single site? So.
Quite an interesting question. It says the home business. That would suggest to me that each home business can be no more than 40 square metres, but there might be multiple home businesses in different.
Yes, I don't have actually I probably do have the exact quote of the clause on me, which is probably going to take me too long to find.
No, I'm looking at the clause in the home. The key says, the key statement, no more than 40 square metres of total gross floor area of all buildings on site is used for the home business.
Yes, so it's all.
That would suggest to me that if you had two home businesses, it's 40 square metres each.
Yes, essentially what I submit is that perhaps this should be clarified, well, that that clause should perhaps be rewritten to clarify that, because certainly as I read it, it's the total of 40 square metres per site, which would potentially exclude multiple residences within a cross-lease, each having a 40 square metre home business.
I think Mr. Gadd might, should there be a comma in there somewhere? If it's 40 square metres of 40 square metres GFA of all the buildings, then and it's for all the buildings on the site for home business. If there's two buildings on a site, then you can only have a total of 40 square metres. Therefore, they'd need to be 20 square metres in each building.
Well, but it says the home business, so it's So I think that, well, all right, the fact that we're debating it rather makes your point.
Oh, thank you.
But what do you, like, go back, a step back, Mr. Gadd. What do you think what do you think should be the target? Forget how we capture it. What are we trying to achieve?
Well, what I would like to try to achieve is that every residence is permitted to have its own home business, and that other residences that might, by legal term, be considered to be on the same site should not affect that permission.
Yes.
Yes, and I noted in my notes that Mr. Raishlin asserts that he does not consider that this situation is likely to occur often, but implicit in his statement is that he recognises that it will occur. Yes, and if I may I move on to other points?
Please do.
Now, other considerations that I would note, and this relates, the first one relates back to what we were just saying, that there's multiple modes of property ownership, including cross-lease, unit title, and fee simple floor title, etc. Secondly, and not related at all to that first point, is restricting home business. If it is to be restricted, will promote carbon dioxide emissions by effectively causing more travel between a home and the remote business location. And I also note that motorised travel, and this is a geopolitical trend, is likely to become less affordable in years to come for various reasons, even though there's likely to be widespread adoption sometime during the coming decades of travel as a service without people owning their own vehicles anymore. So note that not everyone could walk far, and some people can't even use public transport, which again suggests that a home business may be more suitable for them for means of employment. And prohibiting home business, again, going back to what we were just discussing, for some dwellings may leave Porirua at a competitive disadvantage to other local jurisdictions. The above considerations suggests that home businesses should be encouraged and permitted for all residences. And going beyond what I've submitted in my written submission, I do support the summary of Kayanga Ora's submission on RZ10 as outlined in the report, that the rule be amended to remove the gross floor area threshold and to increase the number of non-residents who can be employed on site, and that's quoting verbatim that bit. Although I suspect in most instances the 40 square metre limit probably is reasonable, and you'd probably quite literally require yourself and 3 employees to fill that space. So, yeah. Anyway, and going back to what we were discussing previously, and I think you've already confirmed that you will reconsider this, but I just noted that could you please reconsider and accept my submission that home business permissions should apply to each residential dwelling and not be defined by the site. And I apologise, I'm not timing myself, so I've got no idea how much time we've used so far. So.
Are you good?
Okay, thank you. Next, MRZS1, number of residential units per site. I didn't include this in my submissions, and basically I do support the MRZS1 as written. I have some observations that the limit of 3 units per site is overly restrictive, but note that in effect what the standard defers to, I just need the reference, REZP10, which in turn defers to APP3 of the Residential Design Guide. So, and I note that the Residential Design Guide states, quote, ensure that at least one living area within each apartment receives some sun during the day. I suspect, given the proposed housing density in the residential intensification precinct, this might not always be possible for necessarily every dwelling to receive direct sunlight, and wonder if some consideration should be given that it would be permissible to have access to an outdoor space on the site which does have sunlight penetration. Anyway, so next, moving on to MRZ S2 height. My submission on this was not discussed at all in the report. In summary, my suggestion is that you should consider that the DP should enforce a graduated height change, as I've already mentioned, across the built environment. The concept would be consistent with MRZ PERC 02-01 Part 3, quote, a quality built environment that provides for the health and well-being of people residing in the precinct. And I've already noted my concerns about relative height of buildings. MRZ S5 setbacks. Again, the report does not consider my submission. And I would correct my original submission where I stated that eaves could mean that buildings would be separated, well, that are 1 metre off the boundary could end up with the eaves being separated by 800 millimetres. The addition of guttering would mean that that separation would only be 500 millimetres. And I would say, regardless of the separation, issues of natural light and ventilation in the dead space that would result from buildings being that close would still exist. So I still submit that the standard should apply to eaves, meaning that the closest adjacent gutters would be 1.7 metres apart, where both buildings are placed 1 metre off the boundary. And of course, in that case, referring to the specific instance where the gutters happen to be at exactly, or more or less exactly the same height. Yes, I do actually consider this to be quite a design and environmental issue for the built environment. And of course, there are other considerations where one building is by permission on the boundary and the next is a metre off. But I don't propose to cover those, but they may be matters for consideration. MRZ S8 outlook space per unit, my next point. The report rejected my submission. Well, it might be taken that 0.6, quote, outlook spaces may overlap where they are on the same wall plane in the case of a multi-storey building, unquote, overrides 0.9, quote, outlook spaces must be not extend over an outlook space or outdoor living space required by another dwelling, unquote. I submit that this clause, while consideration should be given as to whether this subclause 9 should be amended to confirm that subclause 6 takes precedence where there is conflict. MRZ S11 fences and standalone walls along boundaries. Again, the report directed my submission in this case, which was to delete 1B, that the fence height be limited to 1.2 metres where a site boundary adjoins a public reserve vested in Porirua City Council under the Reserves Management Act, unquote. I would submit that passive surveillance works both ways and that sometimes it is harmful to residents to be viewed by people outside their property. In my original submission, I did not state that I also consider security to be important. Now, on my understanding that the PCC submitted amendment to MRZ S11 recorded on the 218th page of the report PDF, being page 10 of Appendix A, would permit an open wire fence up to 2 metres high. I support this amendment and accept that the privacy of residents may, in this instance, be compromised. And that basically ends my submission. I should just comment maybe about myself that I submit this as a layperson, but residents within the MRZ and my property is also within the intensification precinct. I would say, contrary to what I stated a bit in my brief bio in the written submission, I would say I have limited town planning knowledge, only limited from my study in an architecture degree many years ago. And I do not work as an architect, by the way. I'm actually a chartered accountant. But anyway, thank you. I think I've covered everything that I...
Thank you. For me, it's very clear. Commissioner Sinclair?
You've already pointed out one issue that we have to discuss because we can't agree. We can't agree just on the face of it anyway. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Right.
Yes, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Ged, for a very well considered submission, and being taken through that, I can see that you've got a very focused view on a sort of a niche area of the plan, and it's valuable to get that feedback. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any comment?
Yes, Mr. Gadd, I just have one question. It was in relation to the very first point you made regarding the policy on MRZ PRECO2, dealing with...
Might be an objective.
Oh, sorry. Was it the objective?
Yes, it's O2.
Yes, O2. It is the objective. It is Friday.
Yeah, that's a hard one to read out as well.
Yeah. O2. And I just... You discussed a number of ways that could be changed. Had you given any particular thought to the precise wording alteration?
Yes. Well, partially. In my original submission, I suggested removal, if I remember rightly, of a clause from which agreed with the Parramatta Residents Association on the modification of clause of the 0201. But I would suggest that consideration should be given to combining those, because it seems to treat people who are albeit in a slightly different zone, but they have similar needs and requirements to health.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem reasonable to me to treat them.
Yeah, the first objective seems to be dealing with intensification in the precinct. The second one is with properties outside or adjoining the precinct and the interface between the two. Is that your understanding of the structure?
Yes, indeed, but the way it's worded, it seems to me at least to suggest that somehow the needs for well-being of the people in the two areas are not the same.
Okay. Well, we'll look at your wording suggestion in your original submission, and that's a matter for Mr. Bracklin to come back to us on in his right of reply.
Yes, but yeah, again, going beyond my submission, I almost, as I say in this oral submission, I do wonder if the two clauses should be combined.
Okay.
Somehow.
Thank you.
Lovely.
nothing further.
That's it from us, Mr. Gadd. As we say, we appreciate you coming in early and giving us the benefit of your thoughts. And as you say, on quite a niche area, but clearly well considered input. We appreciate having it.
Well, thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity to present.
Mr. Holmes. I was reading it last night. Damn. Is your colleague online?
He is online, and I think he's been just waiting to be let in. So I can see him at the top of the screen there, Mr. Cutfield, Steve Cutfield, the Classic.
So would you care to introduce, you know who you are, you introduce your colleague to us?
Yes, I will. I thought what I could do is introduce myself, introduce the submitter,
Yes.
talk about a little bit about the relationship with the council from a submitter's perspective, and then turn it over to Mr. Cutfield to perhaps either read or summarise his statement, because I do acknowledge it was late and that's my fault. Apologies. So I'm not sure if you have read it. I've bought 10 copies just in case.
No, I haven't. So you need to hand that out.
Okay, no problem. So we'll tidy that away as well. And then we can come back to the detail and my evidence, which was reasonably brief and pretty focused. And really, I'm here to answer questions, given it's a matter of semantics and wording, really. So, look, my name is Bryce Holmes. I'm a planning consultant for the Porirua Property Group. I work for a firm called Land Matters. I'm a director of that firm. I've had a good working relationship with most of the people on the panel here, perhaps not the chairman, but I was at the first meeting when we introduced each other, so I do remember that. Had a good working relationship with the officials sitting across the table here as well, which has been good. And I guess the low-level nature of our submitter's submission in first, and also the evidence, is pretty brief, and I think that's a reflection of the good engagement that we have had with the council over the past probably 2 or 3 years in relation to this project. So the submitter's land is just to the south of the existing Porirua Bay community. It's locally referred to as Mount Welcome. Most people in the community are aware of Mount Welcome. Part of it was owned by Rick Lucas, a helicopter pilot, and he has sold the front part of the site, which is around 50 hectares, to Porirua Property Group Limited, which is Mr. Cutfield will deal with who Porirua Property Group are, but basically they are a classic builders and development, or classic group, and have undertaken a number of developments in the Porirua catchment and set up quite a big business here in the city. So the land is proposed to be rezoned and a structured plan attached to that, along with the neighbouring property, the Murray Block, which is Barber Commercial and Genian Homes. So there's been a good working relationship with that development firm as well through the process. Relationship with the council. Originally, the submitter had made a submission on the proposed district plan and sought that a future urban zone was in fact upzoned to general residential at the time. At the close of those submissions, there were lots of discussions and negotiations, and an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, was reached between the council and the submitter around supporting the council as part of their a variation for the Northern Growth Area, and then that was then wrapped up or involved with the new intensification provisions that the Crown has released through the National Policy Statement. So the relationship between the council and the submitter is very good at official level and also at political level. We have the MOU sets out what the parties are trying to achieve, and basically the basics of it are a new urban area in the city that is consistent with the Northern Growth Area and also complements the Northern Growth Area with Plymouton Farms and the other landowners in that region. The Memorandum of Understanding also includes Genian or Barber Commercial. I don't speak for them in this hearing, but the interest is aligned in terms of supporting the council's intent to give effect to that northern growth area. So if it pleases the panel, what I will do is I will hand up the 10 copies of Mr Cutfield's statement. I'll ask Mr Cutfield to perhaps read it out, and then we can return to me for matters of detail in my evidence, which I'm pretty sure you will have read, and I can point you towards the specific paragraphs at that time that are, I guess, not at issue, but we've been looking to make improvements. And even during the drafting of Variation 1, it's fair to say that we had a good dialogue with council officials, and most of the detail was sorted out through that process, and that's why we're only talking about relatively minor matters in my mind. So yeah, I'll hand them up and then hand over to Mr Cutfield.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr Cutfield, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you for that. Can you all hear me okay?
Can indeed. Loud and clear.
That's great. Thanks for the opportunity and enabling the virtual link this afternoon. My name's Steve Cutfield. I work for Classic Developments. At this hearing, I represent the interests of Porirua Property Group Limited. I've read the officer's report, Part B Northern Growth Area, prepared by Rory Smeaton and dated 10th of February, and the planning evidence prepared for the submitter. This statement provides information about the submitter's intention for the land, known as Mount Welcome, and it addresses the background to PPGL. So the group has national reach through Classic Group, and is Kāinga Ora accredited, also with local success of providing urban development with scale across Porirua developments such as Brookside, Navigation Heights, and Adventure Drive, which are all in Whitby. PPGL's interest in the Northern Growth Area, including Classic's involvement in the local economy as an employer in the city. Classic's ability to deliver a range of products, most of which are in the affordable bracket, and the group's desire to provide a product range to complement the Porirua community and in a manner that maintains Porirua Bay amenity. So we see that as a combination of detached dwellings, lifestyle or retirement village or senior living options, medium density, such as what we're doing at Brookside Stage 6, and where appropriate, some higher densities and supportive commercial activities. The group's vision has been resourced through working with neighbouring landowners, which Bryce alluded to, Genian or Barber Commercial, and our vendor Rick Lucas, to realise the NGA. There's also substantial funding of council activities in behind this as well. Given the above, the group did not want to leave the current RMA panel with a false intent that seems to have made its way into the planning document, that medium density development was the only option. That has not been the intent of Variation 1, of the Variation 1 MOU with PCC. We believe there is a need for a range of urban typologies and living as expressed above. Simple wording changes recommended in the group's planning evidence will better achieve the NPSUD and NGA intent. In general, consider the provisions of the NGDA to be a positive approach to enabling residential and associated development in the northern growth area. However, it is my view that certain provisions of the NGDA are overly prescriptive and limit the flexibility required to achieve good resource management outcomes. Background to PPGL, Porirua Property Group Limited is a property development company with national reach and a strong local presence in Porirua. PPGL is a long-standing land supplier to and joint venture partner of Classic Group, and Classic Group is one of the largest residential developers and builders in New Zealand. In partnership with Classic Group, PPGL has a proven track record of providing urban development at scale in the Porirua district, having developed Brookside Estates, Navigation Heights and Adventure Drive. In addition, the Classic Group is now in a partnership with New Zealand Super Fund through the Kahaki Limited Partnership, and is an accredited development and build partner for Kāinga Ora, with activities happening across the country on their behalf. Our interest in the NGDA, PPGL has a strong interest in the northern growth area of Porirua. PPGL has acquired 50 hectares of land at Mount Welcome, as Bryce alluded to, and has contracts on a number of lifestyle blocks adjoining and to the main 50 hectare property. These strategic purchases ensure that Classic Group remains in Porirua once Brookside and our other developments are built out, which is fast approaching. Directly and indirectly, Classic Group is a significant employer in the city and has invested heavily in the area. PPGL's interest in the northern growth area is not only commercial, but also driven by a desire to contribute to the local community by providing much needed housing. The Classic Group has a proven ability to deliver a range of products, most of which are in the affordable bracket. This ability is crucial to PPGL's vision to providing a product range that complements Porirua community and maintains the Porirua Bay amenity. The desired housing typologies include detached dwellings, a lifestyle or retirement village, some medium density development, similar to what we're doing at Stage 6 in Brookside, and potentially some high density housing if appropriate. Alongside residential development, there will be some commercial development to service the local community. PPGL's vision for the northern growth area development is to provide a range of typologies and living options as expressed earlier, and we strongly believe a complete community needs to offer a variety of housing typologies and, importantly, at a range of price points. This has been clearly communicated throughout the process from the beginning. Our vision for the northern growth area has been resourced through working with neighbouring owners such as Mr. Lucas and Genian and Barber Commercial. We've also substantially funded or contributed funding to the processes so far. PPGL has concerns regarding the current planning document and the false intent that seems to have made its way into the document that medium density development is the only option. PPGL has an MOU with Porirua City Council that outlines the need for a range of urban typologies and living options. The current planning document does not align with this intent, and PPGL feels that simple wording changes, the simple wording changes recommended in the group's planning evidence will better achieve the national policy statement of urban development and the northern growth areas intent. Our position on rezoning of Mount Welcome, PPGL believes that the planning framework must allow flexibility for a range of housing types. Higher density housing does not always lead to more affordable housing, as the build rate is often higher than the reduced land cost achieved by increasing density. PPGL's desire to provide a product range to complement the Porirua community and maintain the Porirua Bay amenity includes lower density housing options. PBGL believes that rezoning of the Mount Welcome property must allow for a range of urban typologies and living options. PBGL urges the panel to ensure that the planning document aligns with the MOU with PCC and the National Policy Statement of Urban Development and Northern Growth Areas intent. In conclusion, PBGL is committed to delivering high-quality urban developments in Porirua City that are in line with the needs and desires of the local community. The group's national reach and local success make it a key partner for Classic Group and the other major players in New Zealand development industry. The group's vision for the Northern Growth Area, which includes a range of urban typologies and living options, has been resourced through working with neighbouring owners and substantial funding of council activities. However, the group is concerned about the false impression that medium density is the only option for the Mount Welcome block. The group believes that there is a need for a range of urban typologies, including lower density living options. Therefore, the group recommends simple wording changes as presented in its planning evidence to better achieve the objectives of the MOU with PCC and support the interests of the local community. Thank you.
Mr. Holmes, if you're ready, are you happy just to go to questions on your evidence? Thank you, Mr. Cutfield. I think that gives us the background to your evidence, what basically the problem Mr. Holmes is trying to fix.
Yeah, I'm very happy to go straight to questions, Mr. Chairman, unless there are any questions from the panel for Mr. Cutfield about his brief statement, given it's the first time you've had a chance to look at it.
Any questions for Mr. Cutfield? No, I think we're good.
Thank you.
We understand the issue. We want to talk about solutions.
Thank you.
The first request from me, can you give me a map? So I know clearly which part of the NGA is, like, not the second, but can you provide, sort of hold up a map that we got an idea and then provide it to the administrator?
Let me see what I can do. Yes, I have a map.
That one?
Thank you.
Yes, but which bit?
Which bits?
Would you like me to
Which is the Mount Welcome bit?
Can I point it out for you on your map?
Yep.
Commissioner. I remember early versions of this thing we asked for property boundaries to be so, can I draw this?
Yes.
It's in pink so we can rub it out. It's basically this piece here. Okay. This parcel in here, and that's got a QE2 covenant over it. There's one single building there. The two was talking about, they are in this location here. There's an additional hectares. The group. So, and the other one is a deferred settlement. So,
gotcha.
I'm pretty sure that the group purchases for that.
Lifestyle box are here.
And the remainder of that is the land owned by Mr. Lucas, and to the north is the Murray block, which is owned by Barber Commercial and Genian.
Thank you for that.
No problem.
The first question I had, we talked about in accordance with or consistent with Mr. Smeaton, and the question to me is, what's the difference? What difference do you perceive in the terminology you are suggesting?
I guess the difference between in accordance with and consistent with does allow for a level of interpretation in relation to the structure plan. It's not a big issue because this rule is actually relating to I'm pretty sure, a permitted activity rule and standard. So, and I have made the point that regardless of which wording is preferable, the rule itself is probably reads like an assessment criteria rather than a rule. But I guess it's been put in there for, and I've also asked for a point of clarification, but it's probably in there to avoid one dwelling being put in smack bang in the middle of a roading corridor or something like that.
But Mr. Holmes, we'd probably put to you that it's because it's a permitted activity, it's actually critical that the rule is understandable, that it's certain, it's conveying as of right opportunities. So, and you know, I don't know whether you heard my questions to Mr. Smeaton on the day, but we asked him about who decides whether it's consistent with or in accordance with, what degree of consistency or in accordance. I mean, what knocks it out of that realm and therefore out of the realm of a permitted activity, because that is a precondition on being a permitted activity, isn't it?
Correct. I understand what you're saying, Commissioner McMahon, and I did not hear what you put to Mr. Smeaton, but I understand what you're saying. It's reasonably problematic because the scale of the mapping, ultimately it will be for the council administrators to determine compliance. So if there's a building consent lodged, I understand what will happen. So I take your point, and it's probably not the substantive part of what we're seeking here. It was a flavour of what we're going through.
I guess that's a risk. It's a risk to all parties.
Correct.
Isn't it?
I agree with you. Yep. And because it's not a central plank to Porirua Property Group's vision and intent for the property, as I've explained to Mr. Cutfield, it's one of those things that you don't die in a ditch over. No. Because I think the rule is more for potentially the lifestyle block where potentially there could be a house or something put in the way of a substantial piece of infrastructure. So I understand the point, and I also understand what Mr.
What's your
Smeaton was saying.
understanding of the default activity status if that standard or that precondition is not met?
I'm not sure, but I would expect it would go through to an RDA, potentially. I'd have to check that for you, Commissioner McMahon, but I would say RDA.
I think you're right.
Yeah. So again, not a big deal.
No, and normally, I think you made the point, normally then the structure plan would become an assessment matter, presumably.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Question, the structure plans I'm familiar with actually specify the degree of flexibility. Say, major roads can move X metres from as shown on the plan.
Yeah.
Is it the roads that you're concerned about that you might need to shift?
Yes, it is. The roads, the block is, it does have challenging contour, and the roads will naturally shift around depending on cost and constructability reasons. At the moment, the structure plan, whilst it was supported by a reasonable level of engineering through Envelope Engineering, who did a good job, that cost engineering exercise probably hasn't featured in that Section 32 background, and neither would you expect it at this stage of the planning process. But that is, I guess, underlying the issue there. But again, as Commissioner McMahon has pointed out, I mean, if it defaulted to an RDA and there was a concern about that sort of thing, so be it.
Like, as I say, if we're talking flexibility, how far might you want to move them? That's a sort of how long is a piece of string, but that if you were to say they could move 20 metres, then we could ask the council, well, would they care? Would the council care if it were moved 20 metres either way? But rather than sort of an amorphous, it might be in, might be out.
Yeah.
Like 20 metres has the advantage of satisfying the Commissioner's certainty issue while still giving some flexibility. And I've just plucked 20 out of the air. It could be 100.
Could be.
But the question is, the bigger the number, the more edgies the council's going to get.
Correct. Yeah, and 20 metres is often used as a default position for particularly roading corridors because that's how wide a road is, and you do have a lot of scope within 20 metres on known topography about whether it's going to be an easy thing or a bad thing. So, yeah, take your point, and perhaps it is worth exploring that with the council officials as you go forward.
now's a good time. So, do I detect that you're saying, well, 20 metres is better than nothing?
Correct.
And we'll ask Mr. Smeaton to comment on 20 metres as a permitted variation from what's shown on the plan. And it may be that's, like I know with the north-south road, which doesn't affect you, is on a ridge line.
Correct.
And 20 metres may be mission critical for that road, but not necessarily for the others.
No.
Well, yeah, and as the Commissioner said, there is an issue about if it moves too far, it'll move into one of these freshwater margin areas. So you've got it's a pretty tight corridor through there anyway.
Correct. And I guess I'm not going to hold on to the point for too long because, as I say, from a general perspective, the group understand that they are going to need various resource consents within the structure plan area for subdivision development in any case, and a permitted activity rule is probably, it's not going to drive that discussion and that next relationship and next civ with the council in terms of information set. So, yeah.
And the second point about the wording of the objective, we've pushed around various wording alternatives. I suppose the key point, the question for me is, you sort of you've made the point. Well, it's enabling, it's not enforcing. Well, one answer might be, well, this is an objective. Is it enforcing anything? What do the policies say under the objective? Do they require medium density? Because I would have thought it'd be more of a concern if the policies required medium density than that's the objective.
Yeah, they don't. But I guess if we are looking at an objective for the northern growth area, the first objective, I guess, is housing rather than the typology. And that's, I guess, the point we're trying to make there. Mr. Cutfield has made, in his statement, much of what they're trying to achieve. So I think if the objectives were aligned, that is a good thing. I would hate for an application to be lodged with the council, and in the absence of more specific policy direction, they jump straight to an objective and say, well, if you've got low density housing in there, does that achieve the objective? And all of a sudden it's sent back. So I guess there is a concern there from a assessment of the plan perspective, and that's the point I guess we were making. I think the council and the group are aligned in terms of what they're trying to achieve, and that was fleshed out in that memorandum of understanding, which you probably have not seen because it would have been dealt with through the administration rather than the RMA process. But I think given the challenging topography in there, it's all about intent, and if we're saying that housing is what the city needs, and then the variety underneath that, there's a good balance there from an objective perspective.
Go for it, mate.
Just in relation to that, a couple of things. Mr. Cutfield said in his evidence that the objectives should be aligned to take account of the MOU. From a planning perspective, what's your view in terms of the reliance, whatever we place on the MOU?
So the MOU. Sorry to interrupt. The MOU was more setting out the broad objectives, and then the administration of and you heard Mr. Cutfield talk about funding. So most of the Section 32 reporting and the background reporting, the council requested that the development community basically fund that process, so that it's so it wasn't a draw on the council's funds, if you know what I mean. So most of the objectives in the MOU were setting out what the parties were trying to achieve, and it was generally urban development in the urban growth area.
So I might not have explained it properly. My question is that Mr. Cutfield was saying that we need to take account of the MOU in terms of our decision making, in terms of the plan process. So my question is, from a planning perspective, how much weight we have to give weight to give effect to NPSs and that sort of thing, as an example.
Yeah.
In terms of the MOU, what consideration should we give to that?
I think the consideration to the MOU is similar to Section 32. It's a feeding document in terms of setting out context and extent of what's happened here. From a statutory plan-making perspective, probably very little consideration, if I'm honest, Commissioner Sinclair. I think that's a document that sits outside the RMA. So I think what Mr Cutfield was saying is that there is a really good relationship with the council in terms of what they've tried to develop and implement the Northern Growth Area, and that MOU is a reflection of that.
And just my last, in terms of paragraph 8, the Court Practice Note 2014, that's the latest one you're aware of?
Oh, it may not be. No, it's not. Apologies for that.
Thank you.
Going on to the issue about P2, including specific reference to earthworks, do you think that's required? Isn't that already within the definition of development?
Yes, I understand what you are saying, Mr. Chairman. The reason why earthworks, I guess, was specifically raised, it was a matter of contention when the structure plan was being developed between the ecologists and the engineering inputs, and the fresh...
By the planners, sure. What's going on?
The planners had an overarching role in that. Mr Mackenzie, I can see him grinning. But it was a very robust process, and I think it has resulted in a very good result. But earthworks was one of those things that at the time it was driven around the NES for freshwater management, which is natural wetlands, and that became an elephant in the room drawing up the structure plan and the Section 32 analysis, because the council and the development groups were, saying, look, there needs to be the ability to perhaps cut and fill in some of the gullies, because to get economic development and to work with urban development, you do need some areas that are unfortunately in the way. And at the time, the NES was written in such a way that there was no consenting path for urban development and urban form because of the way in which it was drafted. That has now... So the reason for not foreclosing some earthworks and infrastructure in the freshwater management areas was because there was the exposure draft of the NES, and now it does have a consenting path in it. So the reason for that was so we didn't foreclose that issue. And I guess what I was trying to highlight is the Boffa-Miskell report that was developed around ecology did make mention that some of the natural wetland areas that were identified were of very, very poor quality. Nonetheless, they were captured by the NES delineation process, and all the planners in the room will be understanding what I'm saying, because it has created quite a, in cases, perverse outcomes for natural wetland delineation and how we achieve things on particular land areas. There's not really the ability to put back areas that are good if in fact you can't step into areas that are not so good. So the earthworks component was, in relation to this property, quite a fundamental component, and that's the only reason I've highlighted it in there. I think you are correct, Mr Chairman, in terms of it is encapsulated in the term development, but the Boffa-Miskell report and also the explanation to some of the policy does in fact mention earthworks. So we were trying to be as transparent as we possibly could with the wording, and I've tried to reflect that in my suggested change.
A blunt instrument coming by way of national direction. Who would have thought? Have you followed the discussion, Mr Holmes, been part of the discussion with Waka Kotahi about the importance of a transport strategy to making this development a reality?
Mr Cutfield's colleague, William Dorset for Classic, he did sit through the discussion around transportation strategies for requested by Waka Kotahi, and the questioning, I think, for Mr. Smeaton as well on that. So I'm aware of it broadly. And
the punchline was, are you happy where Waka Kotahi suggest it land?
No.
Do you even know where?
They're suggesting a deferred zoning, I believe.
No, they have shifted ground.
Okay.
And are suggesting a reference to an advice note saying that the project plan will be informed by a transport strategy. When we discussed it with them immediately before lunch, that was on the basis that you were going to need that anyway to get a limited access approval to the state highway.
Correct.
So, so their revised position is an advice note that it's around and who will be involved in the preparation thereof. Basically, all the people you would expect to be involved.
Yeah. So I guess on that issue, because we have had the benefit of being involved in the process for quite some considerable time, there is a lot of transportation evidence around about, and for Mount Welcome and the Murray Block, without speaking for Barber Commercial, the transportation strategy issues are not fundamental, in my view, to the development of this land. There is only really one natural entry and exit to this land. I'm pretty sure the Section 32 analysis was supported by evidence by Tim Kelly, I believe, and his main question from a transportation perspective in the main was whether there should be a roundabout or an at-grade intersection into Mount Welcome, which would then lead into the Murray Block. The Murray Block has got some natural limitations coming through into Porirua Bay through transportation, local road issues, and the structure plan was informed around that, and that's why you see one main entrance coming in and out. There's good connectivity with the Porirua Bay community on the eastern side of the current State Highway 59 that would lead through naturally to the train station and areas like that. So I understand what Waka Kotahi are saying, and there are some wider implications there for Plan Change 18 and Malcolm Gillies' plans for Plimmerton Farms, given there is a substantial stretch of State Highway 59 between those two areas. But I think if we look in the wider context of the Porirua catchment, the same issues arose, I think, when the Aotea block was being considered as part of a plan change as well. It's part of the consideration there from Waka Kotahi was whether a new grade separated interchange was required to come across from Aotea into the city itself, and that was their preference at the time. As it's resulted, they still rely on Whitford Brown at a signalised control point or access point to Aotea. I guess the implications of transportation movements along 59, I think some of the modelling says that the cars will return to generally the levels pre-transmission gully, but there won't be the same degree of heavy vehicles on State Highway 59 along this corridor. So, and the other thing to consider is the timing. There is still substantial amount of work that needs to be undertaken from a development perspective on both the Mount Welcome and Murray blocks in terms of regional consenting, permitting, and those things. So I'm not sure that hinging development of Mount Welcome or the Murray block on a transportation strategy is necessary. NZTA, because it is a limited access road, they do have the benefit of using that process in terms of controlling access. And in the end, even if that process is challenged under the Roading Powers Act, I'm pretty sure it ends up in the Environment Court talking about merits as to why it's a good idea or design of intersections or has wider implications being considered. So the merits of what Waka Kotahi are trying to achieve in terms of transportation strategies probably do have some merit. And there is also the wider consideration for the Northern Growth Area, and that's Plimmerton Farms as well, with the work that Kaingaroa are attempting to achieve with council around having an Urban Development Act approach and a master plan for the whole area, which would deal with schools, it would deal with green space, it would deal with the necessity of having another park and ride facility and rail potentially at Ely Road. So there are some wider implications there. The Mount Welcome block is probably not large enough to to break State Highway 59 at this point in time, and none of the modelling says that would occur. And as I say, it's got one entrance and one exit, so I'm unsure whether hinging it on a proposed strategy is necessary at this point in time from a planning perspective.
Well, I think where the case Wakatahi presented are shifting back from making it a precondition, but certainly signalling it's required.
Yes.
You're comfortable with that?
Comfortable with that informing part of the consenting process for development within that area, yes.
Thank you. I think that's all from me. You'll be glad to know that my colleague, Commissioner McMahon, did ask the Wakatahi witnesses if they saw any fatal flaws, and they said no.
That's good news.
Yes, well, you might think that. They also said they didn't know enough to be sure, but I think on the not looking to give horse in the mouth category, that's enough to be going on with, I suspect. Anything else, Commissioners? I think we're good to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thanks for the opportunity for Mr. Cutfield to join as well. We really appreciate it. And as I say, thank the people around the room, because we have had a good ongoing relationship with PCC on this matter. So we're very happy that we've been heard, and very happy that people are mostly where they need to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will adjourn the hearing until, well, we'll say 9 a.m. on Monday, and we'll see how we get on. Thank you.